Hello blended folks, welcome and welcome back to the Synopsis. So we are back to doing this progress here, and I'm building up more ideas about these 3D webcomics in Blender for YouTube. So I'll show something. It's crude in relation to what I want, but it's actually very good. It's just different. It's something more some closer to comics, right? Where is there's a thing, future short sci-fi. Okay, it doesn't need to be sci-fi, but so you see there's some ambience. There's no voice over, no voice acting, but there are text, balloons. So it has the typical framing of comics. Well, not typical, because you see the page is the YouTube one. So it's a very interesting way actually to put it in. You see, sometimes it's just one frame. Very creative. So it's like, in webcomics usually we treat with the column strategy because we can scroll down, but here they found, I haven't thought about this, but this is actually very interesting. So will this develop into other? No. Oh yeah, it will. So you see there's this story reel. Yeah, so there's many good ideas here. So some camera effect, but the frame is still. So it's different from a 3D camera, right? Where we can usually, right, rotate inside the 3D world, and then we have perspective deformations and all that. But we have panning, we have shots, the frames that will appear, and we have these subdivisions. Of course, this can be done in cinema, right? Two framing or triple framing, quadruple, whatever, like a comics page. But I'm not sure I'm gonna use this, so I'm more in the approach of a single frame, because if I do in Blender, the annoying thing is that I want to render directly as a movie, so I don't want to be editing the, although for web comics purpose that would be not bad, that will be interesting, but it will add a new process of compositing the video editing and framing things into a single frame. Nah, thanks. I think this will be too complicated. I don't like too much doing those sort of stuff. So I prefer rendering the single shot frame, right? And so using the camera, my camera motions, they will be 3D, so it will be richer, but there will be some loss of effect of the. And so you see, this is okay, black and white. Why not? This manga-ish approach I like very much. I read some manga when I was younger, and sci-fi-ish manga like Gun, right, for example, or even some cheerality, something from so that this is more spicy, but it was Satoshi Rushihara. So anyways, Gun is battle Atlas, so yeah, and many others of course, but this is I think this also, I remember some sci-fi-ish comics for Space Crusade, old board game, which was black and white. What is that? That aesthetic's very nice also. What is comics? Let's see if I can find. It was this game there. Yeah, so you see here. It's like this. It was just in the rule book. There's a small story, very simple, but that is the the aesthetics. That it's not too hard to do something like that. Of course the graphism must apply correctly, and let's see if we can find. And unfortunately in comics, American comics, they for some reason they hate this, so they put those colorful stuff that I hate. For the most part I like the black and white thing, like Elf Quest also was a independent comic that they colorized later, but the black and white was just incredibly good. Yeah, so of course those come back to the other reference, like ancient Conan. Some ink artists were really good. Anyways, old stuff, right folks? So old school stuff. So anyways, but manga keep doing this and other artists also. So I have something, I have researched a little of this on Blender. Let me open a file where I was it's not ready, but it was not exactly, a bit far from what I'm talking about there, but let's go to the whip characters, old so here we can check that this character will have some sort of let's make this into, oh, the model. Yeah, I need to include this thing, right? So two things I need to remember: grease pencil, right, and the here, and then you'll see in a moment this. So this thing can be achieved by uncompositing, right? This is workbench, right? And this is a good, it's very simple actually. We could do much better, of course. Let's see, hold on. If I get here in the render, I'm gonna not import, but I'm gonna try to reconstruct that into the, so you can get those kind of mysterious atmosphere. Outline, specular light helps here as well, but I don't know why I don't have enough lighting, but this is basically about here is compositing with some color, but this is not, it will be even nice, right, if you get something like that, but it's more complicated. But I mean, to get a good result with that is complicated. The pure black and white, I think, is good enough, right? Here is the recolorization. We can place some sort of sharpness here. Then we get some this. Then we separate color, and this is recombine for certain this separation. And this is just about then a color ramp. So there are many ways to achieve it. And then constant, let's see, we can use this if we want something more. And then we can maybe use something else, like again this, if we want to, I don't know, soften. There are some pointillism that might be nice, could be, yeah, this is a good idea. So you see, we can get, and the even cooler, this is nearly real time. And let's see, can we get some denoising here? I'm just not getting enough darks. Yeah, I'm not satisfied with the, okay, this is already, Okay, this is not a perfect compositor, it's incomplete, but we can... Hold on. Just... You see the cavity is super important here, so you could try to get something. But this shadow is too strong, right? You don't also want to exaggerate in the pointiness. Specular lighting is good, we have some reflections, and this is not a specular light that is very critical to, but it's a bit too bright, right? So we could probably fix this. I have other way. Let's see, there's other features here we could try to. This won't do much here, but we can play with maybe this and maybe. What is this? Okay, never mind. So standard. Oh yeah, standard. Yeah, so now we have a more powerful black and white effect, and then let's see if we can get some. This is a light that follows the camera. No, this one is the one that follows the camera, is more dynamic. Okay, so and here we could probably try to switch here and see if there's any other variations here. Those I've made all, but this one maybe is the best for this studio light CGA. Yeah, this is the with specular. It was built for this thing, and we can try to apply that into that scene and see what will happen. So I'm still not satisfied that the blacks are not blacks enough for the body, so we could get much better shading effect, right? Anyways, this is the and the yeah, two things to do. Let's go back to the modular corridor. So many things to do here. So first is that I'm gonna start saving this as a, yeah, I'll save an iteration, but this is not an iteration. I'm gonna change the name. Instead of modular core, it's gonna change this to this will be lounge room, or I would say bedroom lounge, whatever, or maybe Dorothy lounge. That's it. I just don't have a good name for that, so I'm gonna open here another scene. So this will be the dark corridor. Okay, so we're gonna make change here. So this one won't include many things, right? It's just for the dark corridor. So we're gonna start and linking this. I'm gonna delete all this stuff except for the dummy. Go back. Okay, Alt P. The sun also Go back. This got unparented. Yeah, I'm gonna delete. Okay, I can delete them from here, so just unlink. And link, hold Alt. And so this is just for this stuff, right? And right, so because then we can relink this stuff, right? So what I have here, I have currently this is an asset. We're gonna clear asset, clear asset. I'm gonna keep this as a mark as asset, and these two, yeah, so only these okay, not this one. Mark asset, and let's save here. Also, let's purge some data here. Wall, concrete wall sheets. So these are not to be from here. Yeah, we don't want this also here. For some reason okay, purged. What is this? Okay, this is not necessary here. And okay, I'd like to purge everything here, but apparently whichever is purgeable, right? The base stuff that I need remains here. That's good. Alright. So I'm gonna save again. What is this background? What is this being used for? Oh yeah, we have still the compositing for yeah, we can see what this is doing, right? But we might not require this right now. Okay. Yeah, this is the same. So I'm gonna put everything here. I'm gonna delete this one. and I'm gonna bring this here and okay, apparently I have two dummies here. Don't know what's happening. Okay, unlink from here, that's fine. This empty, nothing is parent of this. This point is yeah, just for testing stuff. Yeah, so alright, saving here. Let's go back to the and I need to reposition those files. So first yeah, maybe a good idea. So can I close everything? No, I can't, so I need to, let's make a new file. Getting this thing, so it's not seen here, modular corridor. Let's delete this backups. Let's move this and this to scenery, and that is good enough. So this scene will be something we'll be working on later, or a big scene, something that I'm and actually scene generic assets. Yeah, yeah, possibly like that. So let's get the, here I have the stars, but there's not a Blender file that is getting the stars on its own, so yeah, I don't have a file for those things, and also not for this. Yeah, because some of this stuff, they come together with, just delete those things. Python scripts, well, this will, we can keep here. Okay, then here we can just call characters. So I'm cleaning up, right, those things, so just getting simpler stuff. And alright, then return here. There's some reference that I'm working with. Okay, then we have this. Yes, I was getting too many things, sorry folks. Then open here, we're gonna go back now, start working here for Dorothy Lounge. And so here, enable to new scene, Dorothy notes. Okay, this is just the links, they got broken, so I think I need to reset. Not sure that's like this. So something about the pathing, how to reconnect something, external data. Find missing files. No, never mind. Okay, so don't know how to solve this here, so and link file link characters Dorothy collections link Dorothy. She is, what is this? Well, do this. Don't tell me I exploded my file. I have backup somewhere else anyways. No, she's here, entirely here, so what's going on? I needed to probably purge the scene from... This is not sufficient to... Yeah, I need to delete. Purge, alright. I think there's still more stuff here. Props, furniture. Delete. I think I'm not reusing these things. These are the objects in the scene, right? Props, furniture, what's going on here? Yeah, so these things I think I'm currently using. Library, furniture, blend. Yeah, I'm using this. This seems correct. Now this seems correct, except that I don't want the... Yeah, I start to understand this one. So in this room, I don't want... Okay, let's check here. Asset library. So let's see if this is true. Do we have multiple... So this is a refresh, okay. I have some pose assets which are completely nonsensical here, but where are the... Okay, it looks like I have lost some of my stuff, right? This is weird, but we can get something like, yeah, scenery. So this thing goes there. We could go even modular. So apparently you have some I'm not being able to move them. Oh, of course, I know why. It's because this yeah, so this is the this is what's happening. We got doesn't allow me to reposition as if it wasn't here, or I better not touch this. I don't really understand. So let's say that I want to move everything here, because I'm afraid of if I clear these assets it will clear from so I think I can't yeah, I can't clear this because these come from other files, and so this is what is confusing. I don't know what comes from So this is not here, but is actually here as duplicate. Like, what is this one? So let's take this off, right? Okay, so let's check this. These corridors, they exist in the other file and still exist here. So this one is marked as asset corridor 202. It should be this one. So if it might just be here. So we're gonna clear asset. Okay, it clears from here. So it was this one. This one is not even here. So nothing here is assets from there. So if I delete all this, nothing will happen. This point, no, this was from dark corridor scene, so there's nothing here. This is why I can't move those things. These dummies, they exist in two files and they are badly organized, so this makes things even worse, right? So this is Dorothy bedroom lounge. Actually, just Dirty Lounge. This background, yeah, I'm using for something else. So here I'm going to... I have some things that were marked as assets. Well, already this entire collection, why not? This is how I did for Aisha. No, should I do this? I'm not sure how to do it, because linking is not the same as marking as asset. So where is the room? It's a collection. Alright, great. I've marked it as asset, but it doesn't. I don't know where it goes. Yeah, and I need to organize all this stuff. They shouldn't be in this place, right? Clear asset. I know where these come from, right? They are coming from Aisha. So if I have access to the asset browser here and get this, and yeah, they are unassigned. This will be generic, right, to the asset library. Let's get something like poses, and then on poses we create some characters. And then here, let's just, for the sake of organization, let's do that. This is asset from this Dorothy's. So like assets, well, props. And I should name this anyways, so props here. Okay, so this is not here, right? So it's a waste of time. I don't know, this is rest pose lips. Yeah, Okay, at least this one. All these other things, they are probably unmovable. Maybe some material. These are all scenery stuff, I remember. Nothing is movable. Yeah, I think if something is movable, I think it would be moved, right? Alright, so not that bad. So I think I don't need to save here. Here we're gonna call scenery, and soon it'll find. Instead of pose, we could say characters, and then from characters we get different stuff, right? So this props is actually for other things, non-character props and scenery. Okay, this is organized. I'm not gonna save Tsukage. I think Tsukage doesn't have doesn't seem to have updated. Maybe I need to save the file after all. I don't know what I was doing with the action editor, so I'll just leave it here. Okay, characters get everything. Alright, then we go to Nixo has nothing. Dorothy might has some maybe materials. Checker, foliage, glass, nothing. Lamp, no. Material, less. Material, dark. Material, no, nothing. Apparently, why days? Oh no, this is, I'm clicking here. Alright, this is right. Okay, so it is working. Let's go back to the another now. Yeah, the scenery. Yes, okay, the modular dark corridors. Okay, here we're gonna do some stuff here. You don't need this asset here. Clear. Yeah, so this is interesting. Clear. Yeah. So this is a mistake. If I bring it here, what happens? It arrives as a link. Oh my god, yeah, we need to make a highlight to clarify these things for. Let's do this. Alright folks, took me a while to get the understanding of how this works. I'm using the library asset and I'm getting better at it, but that's pretty solid confusing. So here is the problem. When I'm using the asset library here, Shift F1, right? Asset browser, sorry, yeah, asset browser, Shift F1. So, and of course the asset library, so if you don't know, there is a file path here I'm using for this project here. And this is a real folder that exists in a directory that we need to give it a path. So what's happening is that there I have other folders, real folders to organize my stuff. Nothing to do with these folders here, fake folders, right? This we create inside Blender, we need to save though. And what's happening is that, wow, what are those? Oh my god, what are those duplicates? So this is haunting me forever, but now as I'm starting to understand or organize this, I know what's going on. So basically it turns out that this dummy thing, it exists from another file that is present in that directory. Then somehow, I don't know why, I linked it to here. So for example, these two, so I did something like this, link, or from here, link, I think it's essentially the same thing. So I did that, and for some reason, I don't know, accidentally I might have marked it as an asset. So you see, because I've marked it as an asset, okay, I think it is, actually I can't explain, okay, it appears here. So you see, it appears here. So this is the mistake. I have multiple assetized, marked as asset content in different files which are all present in the asset library, and those things will become like that also if we save incremental, right? So because then I have duplicates on this, on the same folder, and all of them will have, of course, the same stuff on their own, and then we will start to get this madness thing. And then the problem is not easy to find which is which. Actually, I just see as, no, this can be, so you see, this I can clear asset, this I can't. So probably this is the real one, the real one, the one that from the other folder. So what I need to do is just clear these assets here. This one I can clear, so clear here. And also I cannot assign it because I need to be on the file, that original file which contains it. And so I'm still learning where should it be. If we don't remember, of course, this can be problematic. So seeing generic assets, so at least I remember this UI functionality in Blender, so it's a way to find it. So the problem is that, yeah, I could easily reorganize it, but no, I need to be on the file. So okay, let's also delete this because I don't need, and let's also delete this because it's wrongly set here. So what I need to do is that I want to bring it as a link here, and now you see the thing there, the icon of the link. So now, yes, I can mark it. No, I can't, so this is good, at least for now. Where this thing has gone, okay, apparently I can't find it, but we're gonna bring it to the 3D cursor. We need to library overrides, just select it in this case, and there we go, bring it there. Not sure if it's snapping to the ground, apparently it is, so good. This is movable, transformable, and now I can place it here. and I probably can parent it to this empty here. Keep transform. Yes, and now it's inside the thing. Okay, so these things are for this precise file, modular corridor dark, and I'm gonna save it, and I'm gonna start to organize this thing. Let's see. Apparently we have a space here which is an asset, which I don't need to be an asset because it's coming from another world, literally from another file. So I don't know why this happens, but maybe I did myself. These things, if I don't organize them from here, they'll keep being this unassigned thing. So since I'm in the file, let's put this into the, okay, I also need to be here, save here. We're gonna put this into scenery. Let's also get modular stuff here, and why not dark corridor dark. And so here we get, okay, I've already assigned, and yeah, so just make sure it is here and save. We see this asterisk point. Alright, we click here, we still see them. We click here, we see them. We click on props, nothing. We click on character, we have something about characters. So unassigned, so we got rid of those things. And all those assets here, they, yeah. Okay, so wall metal. So apparently this is a material that I've assetized from this, yeah, this one as well. So I'm gonna test something here. Let's add a materials. And let's try to move all this to materials. So we were successful at moving some of them. And of course the ones we moved were because, yeah, I think this I've made here. This one probably not, but I can't be sure, so I'm not gonna mess with this. And most likely the rest is to be organized from another thing. So I know, fortunately, that I have these folders here, which is the props, furniture, and this file has got stuff that need, so probably when I've assetized those stuff, they were all out of the, apparently everything was from here. I just forgot to, yeah, better this. Maybe not all of them actually. Interesting. Yeah, not everything, just certain things, right? So you see that some things work. Yeah, we got some of them to be here. So this is the mistake here, is that these materials, maybe you don't want to assetize them because they would exist in other files as well as not sure, sorry folks, I can't, my brain is burning with that, but essentially it's frying here. So essentially, I don't know what to do with the materials, but one thing that I can do, because the materials are in the object, so what happens if we don't have the materials assetized, marked as assets, but the object is, so easy thing to, but not intuitive, right? But anyways, I think they will come together, right? We don't need to mark them as assets. Marking materials as assets will be like, more like to, if you want perfect materials, then a file just for the materials. The problem is that to have a good material, this is how I think, right? In my workflows, the kind of stuff that, in order to have good material, it's better to be working on something real, right? So that we can assess properly if the material is, so this is why a material like a sphere in certain case means very little in the construction process. So we done that. I end up having assets that which have their own material. Alright folks, so that is the some of the workflows that we can use. Also let's, so here I can, okay, this is not from here, okay, but it is we can get yeah, okay, so this is good because all these furniture things, they are now part of this. Now this is absolutely correct. For the materials, I'm not totally convinced. So here it would be nice to have some, so something like, I don't know how to organize this, so let's say characters 01, props 02, scenery 03, materials 04, and then we can, yeah, save here. Then we could have maybe here we could have like world and nodes, yeah, world, that world and composition maybe all together. Don't know what happened there. Yeah, just world. Yeah, and I still want to clear this, and I think the culprit here, let's go to the scenery. Yes, maybe there's something wrong here. So it's just a small room that inconsistent. I think there is nothing here. It's just observatory. It's very low poly, you see, but this is one interesting approach. So you can get rooms, provided you have good pseudo-modular, some approximation for the connections, right? This can help. The door, right, or the scaling, all things. So apparently there is nothing here of interest. Maybe materials, let's see. Yeah, so you see there have some reuse of materials here. There are many materials here, but none seem to be, let's see, Shift F1 twice. If there's any material here, I should be able to. Why doesn't it give by default? Okay. Let's say I create something. Yeah, let's place in the world here. Ah, apparently some materials. Ah, there. We don't see here, but we see here. I don't think I was using this as a default for making these materials ready, so I confidently, I think I can just clear assets. All right, nothing else here. So this scene entirely was, you see, the one of the problems. Yeah, that's very important. So I can have these materials maybe even linked. Let's see, this is from another world. Let's say that I bring this one here, which we see that doesn't exist. I think I've overwritten something. Yeah, okay, if I bring it exactly in this raw. Okay, so you see it is linked. So this won't create any duplicate, right? So this will be the way to reuse material, one way to reuse materials exactly as they are. And I think we can still play with the UV, which is mesh data, I guess. And so, for example, let's assign this material here, and for some reason I don't see anything. Probably this because this is using, no, it's using EV. Okay, maybe it's, I need to reset the, there we go. So we can probably change the, yeah, we can play with the UVs, even though if the material is linked. So this is very fortunate, and that is interesting. So I leave it here, and I believe if we click here we will get, so I can save this because we're cleaning up this mess, right? This now becomes a material that I can assetize, asset mark, right? And if I do this, I create a nightmare. Yeah, I can protect here, but it's not the same. So this is the nightmare. This is what we don't want to be doing. So clear this, because this is already coming from another file, which I believe is the Starship. Yeah, so the Starship holds these materials, and that is that's something that yeah. So but then I want to relink this, right? So here we don't have the options. This is a little frustrating, so must be careful about this particular thing. So need to follow preferences while you are, let's leave at link, sounds safer. This preference should be here. What is, yeah, import method is linked by default, right? Then this is where we can check here already. Where does this come from? Starship. This one, oh, you have multiple ones. Wow, how is that even possible? Okay, probably I was testing something. Alright, so we're gonna get here scenery. Now this is the scene because I'm new since 5-star ship. So you have on world shading, we should have some problems in the world because I'm using currently the one, then they are all the, yeah. So here you see gonna clear asset, delete, clear asset delete, and this one. So they are 0 here, means they will be deleted. I just need this one, which is good enough. And that is it. So now if I get here layout, we're going to get, so I want this to be everywhere now that I'm working with that. Finally. But now it's finally the time to place this here also. Here, save. Let's bring it here to world. Finally. Yeah, all will show everything in a nightmarish way. So here, world, no more things here. And here we'll have the duplicates, right? But now I know that probably all these materials, they were in this place. So these node groups here, this is something else. Oh, there was one. Okay. So I'm gonna make another one just in case. I'm having problem with those compositor because on my render approach it's glitching. Okay, let's save. Assign. So this one is from, should be easier to see this pathing, right? Oh, you can see here. Okay, Dorothy. This one is from generic assets, and this is from Dorothy. Okay, so that's all that is left. So there are first generic assets. Well, there's just this thing here. We'll also gonna get here. Yeah, just maybe I should give it to a furniture place. Why not, right? I expected to place more stuff here, but apparently it will be more appropriate being in yeah, so in this case, let's try to do the following. I will assetize it, asset mark it in another, so it will be a prop and it will be on furniture. And since I have already, yeah, I have many of them, or do I just have one? Usually I use it, let's see. Dummy, okay, it's linked, but this is not good, so we're gonna, in this particular case, we want to make it real. So, okay, to make it real, another way would be just to append, and then I'm gonna, yeah, I can unlink this one. Then this one we're gonna call dummy. We're gonna mark as asset from here. Now that we are here, we are bringing this one to props. And so now I'm gonna see where is this one. It is in that other scene, so I think I can, what if I, yeah, it will break some files, right? Should I try this? No, I'm not gonna even try this. No, let's try this. Okay, for the sake of science. The dummy was broken and it disappears. Yeah, okay. So this is, will break some, unfortunately, but I'll have on some other organized file, but whatever, I have just to bring the dummy again. Then we got to finally Dorothy. And here we got this node group. We're gonna place it in compositor, and the glyph we're gonna put in characters. Yes, characters, and Dorothy, and there it is. So it's like a prop accessory first. And of course pose assets, these are pose assets. I probably would be better to organize them differently, right? So could do like 0, 0, 1 pose, cars, pose assets. Oh, welcome. How you doing, bro? Long time no see, but I know you are doing live streaming. Also, hope you're doing fine. So cars, pose, assets, poses, just pose. And actually 0, 0 will be better. It's like a majoritarian thing. Unfortunately for this, there is, yeah, I'll need to bring that from the, right, save here, refresh. Then now we are going to open again Aisha, is that it? Yes, Aisha, which contains this. I'm gonna bring this to directly into here. Save, no, can save. Finally, okay, so now we don't have unassigned madness. Finally, this is clear, folks. That was a highlight about the dealing with the library asset thing. Now we can go back to the scene I was originally working on. It's scenery, dirty lounge, and this we're gonna reduce, then we're gonna no, we are going to try to cut here. Yes, this works. Cut here, that also works, right? So we recovered this. Let's see what we can do now about, okay, looks like this material got broken. Yes, I'm an EV. Then why this happens? This material, oh yeah, the material got, we need to bring it back. Yeah, I know what happened. When I got it from the asset library, it came from the wrong file. I picked, so it's still, there are many of them, so I don't know what is the correct one. No, it's not this one. It's not this, even this one. Glass outer. Directory. Furniture. Oh, there's one in the furniture. No, it's probably not what I want. And the other is Starship. Yeah, the furniture. Now I don't know where, but the furniture is safer in the end, right? So let's take this one from the furniture. Yeah. So I have to remember to clear the materials as well. So basically the furniture should have these materials, and the starship, which contains a lot of linked stuff and a big repository of stuff that are not organized in the asset library way. I need to get them off, right? So probably this, for example, is from the furniture. Yes. So this is and this I was having trouble with. Yeah, dark corridors. So anyways, this assigned stuff, I don't see any. Is this assigned to anything here? No, nothing. So it's probably one of those glass stuff. Just remove. This was from another. It was not from here, so I can probably delete, but it will, yeah, it will erase the wall metal patch. This probably came from this one came from the so let's override, right? So I don't have it here as a sort of a duplicate, right? This one is specific from this room, so let's make this into a, also let's change to a cube, a rocky thing. This, I don't know what it will be like. Let's get just I should change the shape from there, from the original. So this is good. We're gonna mark as asset. Don't forget to bring it here and then here on the proper asset library thing. Save, okay. So now we see we can clear this in the asset because this is the right file, and if you see the directory, if we see the directory source current file, okay, this is the source. Then we need more stuff, so this came from another world. Glass inner I'm not using, no, I'm using there, but this is wrong, so we're gonna do the same process here. These thumbnails, yeah, need thumbnails. So glass inner. What is the so they are in the starship. I better auto click that. Okay, starship. So this is the why they have all the same? Okay, one is in furniture, the other is in dark corridor. No, we don't want this one. We want this one from the furniture, and you're gonna bring it here. All right. Then metal dark. This is a material that we gonna use for the ceiling, so we're gonna change it, so ceiling dark, so it will be a new material specifically for this scene. Actually, room, it looks like some sort of carpet, right? So I don't know what it's room, yeah, material lounge, this. All right, I'm gonna work on it later. So this is an asset, this is not yet as an asset. It's same as a metal from Dark Corridor, but we're gonna change it in a moment. Hold on. First, for the perspective of workbench, even though we're not gonna, so we're gonna augment its roughness, non-metallic, and this color we're gonna change to some, just make a difference in the blue color, even though nothing's gonna happen here, right? But that will be this. Okay. Also, let's make a little darker, a little closer to the purples, and yeah, this is nice. All right, then the rest is about lighting. Then we're gonna go on the shading. For now, we're gonna copy this one, and we gonna, yeah, this is cheating, this is gonna cause some problem. We're gonna paste this into here. It is invisible for workbench, and diffuse, maybe do some procedural stuff here, yeah, like yeah, certainly we don't want to use an invisible for EV, right? Not that it will even work. So this is just for here. We want a procedural texture here, so noise, and diffuse BSDF. Just for some reason I'm doing this wrongly, of course. We need to preserve the color, right? So diffuse color, then we got for the it has the color from here, but you need to maybe do a color mix. So I'm gonna copy this and mix these two. With yeah, I need to connect, of course. So this will be the full noise. Strange that I don't see anything. It's color, right? It's not the color of the noise thing, it's the effect. Oh, I'm applying this to the what I'm doing. When did alright, so apparently I here. Okay, I was doing the wrong thing. Okay, what's happening to my... is there no ceiling? So if the... oh yeah, this is invisible mesh. There you go. So this is select. Yeah, all this mesh here. Assign. Let's get them to... finally. UV, just do something here. Mix of course we want something more like yeah, just a multiply. And we could get something about this in the roughness. Is a right, this is a roughness map with some ramp. Maybe we can get something. Not sure if this will provide any help here. Don't seem to be having any effect, so never mind. I mean, it should do something, but I don't see even when they are invert, so never mind. So, yeah, I just want to keep it this simple, so just the diffuse is okay, and here the maybe something like this one is nice, rigid on that setup, so let's, yeah, rigid. This one seems nice in the, even in the in the 2D on that particular scale. Of course, maybe we don't want in the walls, but this is perfect. Yeah, I think a scale like that is good enough. Or half that. Now this, we see too much the then offset. What does that do? Gain. This is also a little interesting. And distortion. No, no distortion. This also is very interesting, crazy. And what if we got 3D? Yeah, so we could make two, right? Why not? So we're gonna get the offset to 0. Okay, we're gonna mark this as asset already because we just found something very nice. And do we need this mapping to UV? I guess it's not a bad idea. Yeah, so let's skip that. And let's so it's transparent right now. Click this. Then we got to mark this as asset. Then we need to go here, layout. From the distance looks some patchy. Yeah, that's very nice. Okay, then we get the the asset library. This time we don't make the stupid mistake of forgetting. Yeah, just not familiar with this workflow, right? So here, and refresh, save, whatever. Then we need to get this one is also marked, so I'm gonna make sure that this we have a variation. We can already test this variation in this right in this place here, like this and this. Yeah. Okay, let's try these ones. Right? Yeah, these ones. Then can we duplicate this thing easily? No, we need to create another, then get launch, then get duplicate here and bring it up. So we're gonna change this to launch 01 and this will be launch 02. And is that updated in the materials? I hope it gets, yeah, here. Isn't there a better classification for those things? Yeah, the classification would be the stone, by room, by whatever thing, or just, yeah. That's annoying. So let's get this, yeah, let's also change here quickly. We'll do the reverse. We're gonna use this crazy offset thing here. Why? Okay, it needs to be looking at that. And now we need to assign those things here. I'm missing some sort of definition, right? Details, yeah, details. Details kind of help. Then will be a question of how much we want that, right? So I think this is good. This is too small, but it's still good. This is fine, but this is good. All right. And then for this, we could try indeed some sort of roughness map. This one actually we could try a little more here. Let's try, yeah, first let's get this thing and let's try a color ramp. Let's see how this fare with the roughness map. In terms of okay, we make the mistake here for the window. No problem. These ones were still not changed. Maybe do this here and here. Let's try this. Okay. Except that we want to material UV here. And apparently I don't see anything relevant, so I'm gonna try now the other one, which is the SDF principle. So maybe here we got more. Okay, so this plays better with the roughness, so we'll try to make this it doesn't seem to be yeah, we need to make this more radical. So it's interesting, the dark patch, the black patch, it makes it reflective, and the other it's not reflective. Ah, actually that's an interesting proposition. Yeah, so we see what's happening. It's like it's become a big patch, but we want to get some interception, right? More like this, right? Now it's somewhere like, yeah. We avoid the too much. This is nice. Okay, so the principle and metallic, I don't think this is the way to go, right? And IOR, index of refraction. I don't know which material. On the list. Whatever, let's leave this one and reduce a little, whatever. And that's it. Anything else that we could create for this one? Looks like we forgot to assign this. And some wrong remaining edge here. I don't even know how to call this material. So this will be carpet lounge, because I have some carpet stuff, and this will be like name yourself. It's not well placed, right? Looks like diagonalized. Yeah, it is diagonalized for some reason. But the scale has changed, right? So I don't like this. So just use this and try to okay, now let's do the angle base, and then we just adjust from here. Okay, this is good. Maybe just a little is the opposite. A little more. No, now we're gonna grow. Yeah, this. Okay, let's call it carpet lounge 02. Alright, fine. And then we asset mark this as well. Okay, and then we are going to go to the asset library and assign bring to the materials. There we go. It's good that now they have this cube thing. Pipes. This is not from here, so I think I can safely delete. Also, these lamps are not from here, I'm not using them. They are from the other thing that I was building. These are okay. The materials, when they come from a link, they get linked, right? So good. That was the question explained. Then let's see whatever we have here. Yeah, there's another thing here. So here, this brick wall, we don't need it in this. This is just that. Yeah, we just need this metal wall, which wall metal, right? We want to mark as asset. This, I think it's not here, but it is here. We don't need this one here, but we want mark as this one. This, am I using this one? Not using this, not using. Okay, we need to check which material is using this. Okay, so this brick wall is the same that we have here, so we're gonna brick way actually. There. This is not here, so then can delete this. Can delete this. This one. Okay, so wire 2 lamp animations with material. I need to find it. Lamp animation 202. Yes. So this one, we're gonna bring it back. We can delete this one. We are not using this one, I guess. Not on this material. Metal patch. This is the. This is metal patch. This is not in this scene, doesn't matter. Carpet lounge, this is for the material lamp, not for here. And this is wall concrete. Yeah, so this is indeed for the door. So, and it's assetized. This is important. This is not required for this door frame asset, and these are lost. So this is how we start to, and whenever I need a specific material, I take the reference from here and I then break the link and remake variations, give it a proper name, then I can remark it as it, but from this file. So it will be unique to this object, to this file, and that will be the way to go here. And okay, so now do not forget we have these cool materials here. We're gonna bring them to materials. Yes. So now let's go for some crazy workflow of getting good at this. Wish I knew earlier. Okay, this room is getting good, right? We have. Okay, I want for this wall, I want maybe this material. It's a bit too dark, so we need some lights. The question is that I've been using the okay, what is this here? We got a cyan that, okay, these spotlights, here they didn't create a proper thing, so I'm gonna I can do here okay, let's just unparent this, and I'm not gonna just gonna change here. Will be an area light. This is good, doing better now. Rectangle, because I've made some new materials, so I can also try a okay, let's reset here. Yeah, this is not good. Maybe we need to make this a central spot line, something like that. And it is too weak. Yeah, it doesn't really work. It's not what I make the door, yeah, this makes everything reflect too much. So it should, this is dangerous. Let's use the area. I need not a direct light to that door if I can avoid. Yeah, this is also bad. There's another idea. We could try to make lateral lights like this, like maybe start to work as an emission. It's not, I don't quite, I'm not lucky with these ones usually. Area lights. Could be that also the light that I'm trying to use is not a good one for this scene. What about this? So it's not that terrible, provided it doesn't get all these reflections. Hard to control. Oh, maybe I can do this, but then I can try to change something about the now it's not like the spotlight. Yeah, no, it's not working. So this idea doesn't seem to be working again. So I can still consider it's all about what we want to lighten, right? Also, I don't have furniture here, so my reference, one of my reference for this is this Mass Effect room here, and Mass Effect 2 Kasumi's room. So I like the entrance here. You see this very diagonal stuff. Then it has this L-shaped canopy, it's very nice. The floor has some weird things to walk on. There are some plants that are, yeah, desk, bedroom, many things that still remaining, personal stuff. And then the other side, it's not a great room, I think, but I think it's nice. And then I have some reference here I was going to show. I need to reorganize those things actually. Some are lounge, some are bedroom, some are meeting room. Yeah, so this is lounge. This is, let's make some organization here, folks. It's gonna be quick. This is I don't have meeting. Okay, let's control. Yeah, this one will be meeting room. So gonna this seems to be a meeting room. Yeah, can serve. Yeah, I'm making the, it's a slight distinction, right? This is like an office. I must delete whatever comes inside. Then this is a bedroom. And then we go to the bedrooms and lounge and start to explore. So this will be a hall. It's my own classification. Then here we got some, yeah, let's call this a hall. This is office. Not sure what this is. Can be anything. Okay, let's go for a lounge. This is similar, it's all hall. Hallway, corridor, door, because one ends usually in another. So this is like lounge idea. Okay, this is an entire, yeah, this is lounge. This is hall. Another lounge idea. About to finish. This is coffee, right? I don't have the classification, so coffee bar. Another lounge. This, what is this? Yeah, lounge. This seems more like a hall. This is meeting. Hall. Let's say, I don't know why they have this. Maybe because of the furniture. So this is office. This looks like a undescribed, but let's call it lounge. And then we have this. Then the office. Yeah, so let's say this is office, this is bedroom, and this is the lounge. Okay, and last one, office. All right, so going for the some things here are older and some are near finding, so the olders have little to do what I'm doing here, many of them, and I'd have more reference of in the name of that Pinterest, right? I'm trying to see, is there any idea here I can take? No, except the side extension, right? Maybe the assets, I don't think I'm gonna place there something like this. Yeah, I see the circular windows thing, maybe something here, and we need those things. Yeah, it matters what I want. It's elongated, so it matters what I put in the corners. So the glass can have some effects. Yeah, diagonals. We could have something like that, and the idea of shelves, or in this case I got this idea. Yeah, we have some triangulations. Then we have the idea of, yeah, maybe we could do something like a chalet thing, not like just for the ceiling. This appears everywhere, so I like this thing, and maybe finalization here that happened also in this reference from the, well, not super clear, yeah, but here, there. But here is the end wall, so here we got some ideas that maybe that could work for this, but my room doesn't have these things. We can, this is for another reference, I'm not gonna mix up, yeah, these two. So yeah, so you see where this comes from. Okay, and then we have, of course, some lounge, which will has something in common with bedroom. We'll quickly see if there's anything that catch my attention for that particular room. So I need this, some sort of L shape can appear already. Maybe some have some elongated passage here, so this matters, but otherwise could have shelves in these walls. That can be cool. Then what is this? Okay, so double-sided. Interesting. We have some things in the floor, maybe, and some things sticking from the ground. That's interesting concept, like cybernetic stuff, and then growing from that circuited. That I like this idea. Then we can have a screen in the, say, this elongation. Here also an elongated idea. Yeah, but we have the floor. This suggests, I think there's some downward thing. We're looking from the top, I think. but we have these diagonals here, this very high and diagonal. Yeah, this is interesting. There's a motion here, circular. Again, these diagonals. Interesting niche here. Taking advantage of this, and this is not really good here for the room that I'm making, but maybe you could do something like that. Idea of the window on the lateral side maybe. And this is not the last one, folks. So we got some interesting ideas. So first let's I don't want to destroy the okay, there's little to destroy. Actually, there's more things to build here than to be demolishing, besides the UVs, of course. But we can, they can probably survive long enough so that we can make some tests, right, folks? So here we it's hard sometimes to build stuff without alright, let's try here some like no, I'm not gonna reset this in the way I'm doing here. So there was a technique for the glass, but what I'll need to, if I could do this procedural in some ways. Okay, at least I have a mirror modifier, so let's try the triangulation thing. Let's use this reference. GG. This is too elongated, right? And I also not liking the fact that this thing so to get the cybernetic thing, we'll need to cut into this mesh. Okay, there's also the... Okay, we could do a hole with a boolean, but then what will happen to the... Oh, let's try. Let's make the... it will be a cylinder, or no, not a cylinder, it's just a circle. Which has too many vertices. I don't want that, so that's enough for my project. So rotate it will cut in a bad way, right? I can already see. Let's apply all transforms, then well, we can just solidify, right? Of course, not in this way. Need to fill, then we thickness 0.1. I think that is enough. Then we're gonna get this into a boolean. I'm gonna cut exact fast intersect, no, difference, if I ever remember how this is done. Target, right? Target, yeah, target this. Now we just need to, no, it's not working. Object, circle, distance. Okay, maybe this object is, no, that's face are correct. Why I never get this thing? Oh, of course. It should be... No, it would be... Okay, so why aren't you aware? Because you are rendering, of course. And you need something, a material that will be the can be this one. Except that I found a bug. It's not a bug, it's apparently an inconsistency. Some of... Oh no, there they are. Okay. I want this one, so it's not a bug. It's... I need the glass, but from the one that is coming from... Okay, I cannot find it, so... Let's just bring it back from the starship, not the one coming from furniture. Assign, okay. Alright, finally. So, just... Okay, now this object has a problem with the... its origin. there's a way to align, right? We can get this face to face, right? Then we get here, and if I'm not wrong, we can do this, right? No, this is not the case, so no, align to face. There's an operator, so object transform, align to transform orientation, but finally, okay. We can make it also the modifier here 0.3, okay. And for some reason I'm seeing it's yeah, because it was on wireframe, right? So I got this idea. We can probably there will be some artifacts going on. I think no, not artifacts. It's this is just the reflection. I've moved this into, okay. Cool thing is that I still have the face orientation, so I could still align this bed to that. Yeah, I can't have everything, right? So for some reason I still don't feel like, okay, this asset I will have to upgrade. I need to get some trouble with this. No, that's not good. I need to define find where we should stop getting this and start getting another material. Yeah, this will be so we could do the glass in the same manner, but that can cause also other trouble. I don't know how I'm gonna close it to start with. And here we need also to fix this part, which is I had a plan, but I'm just gonna do it this way for now. Maybe it works. Here something is just not matching. It is because we don't have this other thing there on the floor. Okay, this one can be on the floor, so it's like a bevel thing. That doesn't work. Alright, so V G Y bridge edge loops, and finally here. And so I can just try to, what's happening here, have some crossed, crazy crossed. Wow, how that does the bridge. And so I pick this height. Let's redistribute for SZ0. Is this correct height? Apparently it is. Ah, there's this one. Okay, maybe I forgot. Okay, something is bizarre about the mesh. I don't see what. Something wrong about Maybe it's normals. No, not the normals. Okay, apparently there's something wrong here. Again, this, yeah. Okay, the lighting of course is not helping at all, and here we got more trouble. We can make Shift D. Okay, why are you not cutting now? Why are you useless? Ah, you are okay, I see. You are just not good enough. You need to be Alt D. No, it won't collaborate. Okay, so it's like it needs to be 2 boolean, or actually this object can be a duplicate, and then we, now this is of course not good. Because the orientation was all awkward, so Yeah, ideally another boolean for this, but okay, this is not too bad, and we can change here the structure of this. I need more lights also, but here we can, too small window. Let's get the, here we're gonna close this yeah, I see how I'm gonna do this. So I'm gonna just push this G, fuck the UVs. This one, maybe it can have another material, which I'm not sure. Certainly not this one. Why not certainly? Actually, it's not, it's in the other direction, but no, it's not a good idea. So we're gonna try this maybe. Alright, so we try this, but we try on a different yeah, more likely yeah, not like that though, so let's try again. It's style futuristic, but it doesn't really fit the room, unfortunately, unless I could use it just for, like, yeah, I could use just for some of the area. And here this material just lacking lighting, so Is there anything else? Yeah, I have some concrete wall from this one. I have some other things that I can try here. Remember that I still have the... Yeah, this is the brutalism thing. It's not the best for here, and the other thing that I have here would be something even worse. Wall metal 01, yeah. Because it's too reflective, but actually it's working. So what I could try to do is to pick that lamp that is very wrong. Yeah, I think it is the responsible for this high refraction. No. I have... Where's this even? I don't know what is this. Delete. So it's this one. Need to do something about it. So what I can do here already is just to try to get this one and get it to okay, why not just some harmonization instead of getting all dark. Okay, so maybe not sure, but the fact is that I can get this one, and we're gonna use the trick of the lights. First we're gonna parent it here. No, it's not like that. This we're gonna parent to empty room, and we're gonna... Yeah, the cool thing of this matter is that we don't need to symmetrize this, right? Okay, but I'm not satisfied with the idea of there being separate objects. Yeah, so this is annoying. So I'm gonna just try to I'm gonna still separate this, then gonna use this boolean shift D. We're gonna change the target, and so now we can, for example, use this as a it's all awkward, right? I need to remake this, align it properly. It's a mess. Just reuse the object, but this is, of course, is a terrible idea. So here it cuts better. We might just need a few more subdivisions, but no, for my style this is fine. Then the cool thing is that we can use a mirror just for this one target, this, and there we go. And maybe we could do some array. And the orientation of this object completely messed up. It's fine, not terrible, but it's not okay. Why can't I just scale this? So there's a magic value. What's happening? I think I've, oh yeah, I've placed a okay, I'm not sure I want this, but it's interesting, and it will. It's sort of good to have these windows here, even though we can have some how do you say, furniture on the other in front of them, or they can sort of respect the positioning of the windows. We'll try to do some things, and then we can have here something about what's happening here. What I'm doing here, this is no, this is the W selection. Yeah, apparently these ones didn't encounter good. Okay, let's make the lighting effect, which is the instances on point. So there's the here, so I need to create a new actually you have already a light object. Where is, no, I don't remember, didn't remember you. It's probably deprecated. This is not a bad lighting actually. If it's not super strong, it on the door like here, it's not that horrible. It's a disk area. Okay, let's try a spot here, or point maybe. No, point would need to be so interfere too much with. Okay, then a spot. So I never did that. Looks interesting. So we can have. It's not super strong light yet, not at all, but. Because of this crazy largeness, about scaling, I don't think the scaling of this will do any difference, but just for visualization of the gizmos. yeah, it's not really with this power is sort of weak. But we can soften it, so this is a good part of unfortunately I'm not convinced it is doing too well, so I'm gonna delete. Let's go back to the okay, I have a vertex here which I didn't delete, so it has an instancing here on object date object tab and to vertices, and this affects light objects in special way. So where is the so this thing has an array left and an array right. I'm gonna delete the array left, so I just want one duplicate there, so the object is it's here, it's a vertex in space, and then with array it appears there too. It's got this instancing, and now the problem is that okay, I have this spotlight which is also the position of this object is wrong, so I'm gonna move it. We'll try here, yeah, and then the light we're gonna yeah, I'm just gonna bring it there, and then parent keep transform, and now because this is instancing, okay, we have this crazy duplicate, and I can mirror, yeah, actually it's not an array that I need here, it's just a mirror to targeting here. There we go. And so just picking the vertex, you see the lights are not selected, but they are instanced, so we can now create. We have multiple I really need to study to verify what architects are doing, and artists too, but architects for their lighting techniques, because I haven't studied, so maybe my observation of that is probably very messed, not paying attention. And okay, we can have some array too, maybe this is not bad. So array before the, but this array, it cannot be, this one needs to be constant. So I can pop out these lights in a chain, and yeah, by repositioning, it's not the ideal workflow in the sense that, oh, it's easy, no, but it is like tricky, obscure, but it gets the job done, so it's very, very good. It's not for render, okay. Are you not for render? So here we got this, and then we can edit the After you're satisfied with that, I can probably lock this from selection. And now the light, if I edit, all the others are edited all together. And so this means that I can change this and having these lights. So allow me to, if I hide it, all of them will be hidden, right? Okay, but I'm not getting good results on these metal walls, and they actually have the same color. It's too cold, and the material, this shouldn't be attracting the attention, so it should be like, yeah, probably should be this one. So, and now I have another issue, is that these, for some reason, they become really bad on this angle. This is also very bad, so yeah, so this becomes very dark. We suggesting we would need, it's not bad, but it suggests that we need some maybe point lights. Let's try to add some sort of a the geometry is not helping, right? Could add some emission, right? My problem is that I'm not visualizing the light very well before I place anything. So if you want, of course, because I'm experimenting and learning, but like lamps, real lamps, mesh lamps, stuff like that. Okay, I want a lamp here, here, and here. That should cause good illumination. So this is what I'm missing here, and I'm counting with this lighting, which are difficult to set up, and for me, and then also emissions, which in EV won't reflect stuff very well. So it's all a set of complications, but they're getting some progress nonetheless. So I'm gonna make another one of, wait, is this even working? Yeah, it's adding some this blue tint, which is not really doing too much, but to the central area. So let's see. Yeah, so for some reason I decided to have this bluish tone, which is I think I need the thing select so I can pick the light. I don't see its gizmo, so it's hard to... Now I don't know what's happening. Yeah, Blender is going crazy because of this instancing, so maybe it's like that by default, but it's not helping. So we're gonna add some okay, where are you? So parent, no, not parent here. We're gonna Shift D this, actually copy paste, but we're gonna no, this was done wrongly, so I'm gonna pick this one, Shift D, call it 03, then I'm gonna get here. We see that it doesn't have a so I'm gonna pick this and mark its position to the cursor, then pick this and made it there. So now I can parent the point to the vertex, mesh object, and then we'll try to find the okay, this position, and then we get to the array. Okay, it's already mirroring, but this array is probably incorrect. Needs to be to the and then the magic happens. Of course, this is lagging a little and will lag even more when if I try to make additions here. So okay, I hope this is feasible. Okay, so these are too bright, and yeah, it takes time to process. So it's not for streaming, right? At least this is not a good workflow in my current computer. We have some reflections on the glass, which is very bad. So yeah, we can move this forward, maybe actually the vertex. See if that helps anyhow. Yeah, it's being too dark. And then I have another problem that I have to figure out in my compositing if I want to keep it. So let's first bring the character. No, not this. Okay, I don't need the lighting right now, so I'm gonna do this. You see that something weird about the faces in this mode. This is happening because the textures they have some have invisible texture. So let's make some compositing problem here to solve. So there is a big problem here. This also is mix baking in cycles, texture baking from procedural textures of EV to and maybe other stuff, but especially that for now that I remember, for the workbench render engine, which cannot make them, so I cannot match certain patterns, and by not matching them it will disrupt the colors that the generative procedural textures create. So in some case this is not a problem, but in most cases that will be a problem. So I have to bake those procedural textures just to be able to use them on. Of course, after they are baked, I don't need to keep doing them procedural on EV. But you see, it's a lot of steps. It's like a different material that is. It's just a terrible, a horrible workflow. But because it's not out, I need something that would be totally automate everything. I think I can actually do this. Maybe I could create my own, but that would take a while. Maybe it could be. Well, maybe not that hard, but the kind of automation that are needed would be too many, and it takes time anyways, and there are mistakes, and you have to do this over and over again. It created the. So okay, so the problem is the transparent, yeah, the transparent materials. I need to know if I can, how long can I use this. I already show you what problems that happen. Secondary workbench, right? So this is a nice preview sometimes architecture of what we're doing, right? I like this this proposition. Currently I'm on orthographic, but it can be done like here as well. But unfortunately I don't have anything here to show, so in terms of connections. Alright, so let's get to the point of showing what goes wrong in this approach, and sometimes it's not a problem, sometimes it's a problem, so this is why this is confusing. Okay, so if I check the materials, no, the with textures, you'll see that some textures are non-existent. This is workbench, of course. They are on purpose. They have a image text that holds alpha transparency, so they will not render on EV, so they won't interfere, except they are transparent, they won't interfere with, so the workbench will pass through, which is bad, right? Because if there's something behind, it will show, right? It's like an X-ray machine, but an X-ray thing, right? Then I think it happens in the thumbnail. I saw what was behind the door, like, because you see, you don't see the door, but the door is here. So there are some ghost door, right? And so in some case it's not a, so maybe if I can mask, no, even if I can mask, if it's just the black, it's okay, but the black is, but the problem with transparency is here. There's no black here. So let's go on the compositor, let's pick anything here and see what will happen. Well, better with the character, right? So let's do this right now. Add, yeah, link. So it's characters, Dorothy, collections, link, Dorothy, then she's there, but we need her to be on the library override. Apparently, no, just need to pick just the armature, place it there, and that's correct. We can hide this for now, or just move it somewhere that is not. Why those bones are all showing? I don't need that. Okay, apparently I have something to fix in this hierarchy, but these are not gonna be used for the, I use a custom UI panel that I'm still building, and I need to make some tutorial about that. Okay, so here, hard to pose in this, right? I am using the camera. Why no one talks about auto key option? So some things on the rig are not working yet. We'll need some readjustment, fixing, yeah. It's a very big door, right? Or it's not the entire door, I don't know, doesn't matter. So here, let's get to see what will happen. So dual compositing or multi layer compositing don't render in real time from here. It will viewport composite setup not fully supported. I hope they fix this sometime. It's not bad for the Kuwahara effect, right? And but you see the ghosting there, and here too. It's not occurring there because what is behind is black, and not only that, is because I have transparent in the other. So here is where we can see real time if my Blender won't totally crash in certain occasions. Let's see what we can do here. So I'm not gonna, yeah, we can play with some stuff here. I'm gonna save. I'm also gonna save a backup. Yeah, let's make a highlight about this. It's hell about time. It will be better if I can. Alright, so let's finish this propaganda here. Pub, alright. Record the highlight. So folks, here one interesting thing about using the asset library system in Blender, asset browser and asset libraries. This, yeah, so you see this is a real path folder in my system, and it is working. I have multiple files that are inside that path, that folder, but then there is one little problem. This file is saved there, Dorothy Lounge, so it's in this folder here, which is inside, okay, that folder here. So in that folder I have these other folders, subfolders, just for organization of the blend files and other stuff, like image textures, on other stuff that are for this new Scene 5 project. So the thing here that is curious is that if we are not careful with the asset library, we'll get duplicates of the elements of the assets, and this is very, very frustrating And there are many ways this can happen. So one way this can happen, and maybe I can show exactly here how that would happen, if we save an incremental here, for example. So I'm gonna save here, and let's say I want a backup, so I was used with the incremental thing, and if I refresh here, okay, you see we start to have duplicates of the materials which were asset marked or assetized from this file, which is present in that path, that the current file, right? So if we look at the asset, we can see where it is coming from. Current file source is the N panel, right? But it's not super easy to look at stuff currently. So for example, this we can see, for example, there are two of this carpet wall or like this checkers. So this is like we can see here, but if we look at the N panel, so this is from Starship and the other is from furniture. So the furniture is the correct one, but I cannot clear them from here. I need to be on the file, so this is even more frustrating, right? If it can take a while to organize, and then if I even to reassign, if we assign a new asset, it will appear here. And if you forget to assign on this file, for example, I mark something as asset, then it will stay here until I return to the original file. So I must pay attention to many things. And so how to prevent this? Well, one thing is to not use this save increment here. The alternative though, so if I delete here probably and refresh, it will automatically, no, apparently not. Okay, maybe because the file is open, right? Now it's okay. So instead of saving incremental, a workflow that works is that I can use a save copy, and then I can go to a WIP folder, work in progress, which is parallel. It's not inside here, it's in parallel. So I enter here, I exit here. So this is this. So I have this other news in WIP. So this is not for the asset library, this is for the work. So I go here, and maybe I have this, it's still organizing here, WIP external save copy. So here, let's make launch 01. So this is like a backup of that scene. Of course, you can be much more organized than that. And I save. What is the advantage of this? You see, I'm still on my file and not on that saved. So that will say that copy will be a backup, and that copy doesn't interfere with the library assets in terms of duplicate. Okay, this is from another, but this is these I know are from this, exactly this one, and they are not multiples. Yeah, they are not multiples, and that is good. And yes, so save copy. If I do a save as, however, okay, I enter there, then I go here and let's save a 001, just, and the problem is that now I am on that 001, meaning that when I open file I'm in there, so it's not good. I want to be in here. Reopen my scenery here. So let's do another example here. So I'm gonna save copy. I don't have a shortcut. Should be good to have a shortcut for this. Okay, I know a shortcut. Shift Control Alt S. Doesn't work. Okay, never mind then. So let's do this. Going to here, going to here, going to, let's save again like that, and now I save this one because I'm updating, and if I open here, I'm in the current folder of the current file, the folder of the current file, and so this is much better, right? And so I don't have issues. So this is the easy solution that I found, but it's not granted, right? I had to pass through a lot of problems, to get through a lot of problems before I found this alternative. So hope this helped, folks. Thanks for watching. Please like, subscribe. This is for the highlight. Okay, folks, so here we going back to the compositing, and unfortunately I'll have to re-render that. See, where is the... I'm having problem with objects here. Okay, yeah, I wanted to hide that. Then let's reduce this and let's... Okay, save here. Let's see how it looks like. Yeah, so without compositing, and here can we... No, they are equivalent, right? So with camera, without camera. So I'm gonna keep here, maybe it will be... Okay, so I have the ghost problems. We're gonna play with the... So what I have here, a bit time to update this maybe. I have two scenes. One is workbench and the first one is EV. So the compositor nodes, they are only on EV. They don't need to be duplicated here. Unless I'm gonna render from here, but I'm not rendering from here, I'm rendering from this scene. So the other one is just a link duplicate, link copy. So by doing this, we go here and then we change some features of whatever we change, and in the file, in the scene, it will auto update one to the other, like the camera position. And sometimes some stuff go offset for some reason, but then we just recreate that, and then we might have to restore some data. So this we need to change, and this don't auto update, fortunately. So we can change the render engine, and this we can change everything, of course, and then we can change here, we can even change transparency. So this is why I'm having this transfer. But if I don't do this, what will happen is that... Okay, actually this transparency is not doing too much in the... Well, I have to check. Let's compare, but I need to render here. I think it won't do anything there. Maybe to the space. Okay, I still have ghost and the star didn't change. Maybe we got some... Oh, I can make a test, of course. If we do this... Okay, slot 2. Alright, let's try. So the first one, EV, don't have the transparent thing. Where is it? Film? Yeah, it doesn't have. So I'm gonna render from here on the slot 2 and see the difference. No, okay, so I've made a mistake here. So this is the new render. This is I have to re-render here. I've rendered it transparent, so the slot 1 will be what's happening here? Looks like that. Okay, I'm gonna render on slot 2. With transparent, which is the correct thing. Okay, and then I go to... Okay, the slot 1 is corrupted, so whatever, let's... Then I take off, return, and do I have to assign this render to slot 3? No, it will be in the render itself, slot 3, okay. Alright, now I just need to compare. Okay, so this seems to be bugged. It is like stealing from the other. So I can't compare. Yeah, so that seems a bug. This shouldn't be like that. Anyways, let's skip this. This is more for the background. The materials have transparency, so this is a problem. This can be a problem. Yeah, so this is. Let's see what we can do here. This is, of course, nothing. Let's play a little with those, with the render itself, the composited render. Okay, so this is a mask for the space, but we are these glare stars. So whatever is full dark, full white in this case, because we get an invert, will be masked here to, it's a fact, so it's a masking. This is a mask, so whatever is full white here will become a receive the glow effect. So this is an EV thing. And another thing that we can do, that I'm using I'm using, let's return here. Okay, I'm using this second one. This is the first one, so to have some variations in the settings. Okay, both work, but both are good, but I think this one is slightly more interesting. But this one is cool too, but a bit too bright. I think this is more, and this is lacking a little, so I need something in between, so I don't have this now. And this other switch is for something more radical. Here we got a posterize effect on EV that can make some crazy effects on occasions, very dramatic and CGI graphics. And we can of course tint those things in some way. It's difficult to control. One thing, with a little practice we can get something interesting running, like here, at least for the character. This is very nice. But if we use this every time, yeah, I see. Here we can employ the darks lift for some specific tint of the shading, right, the darks, but it's very easy to break the composition, color composition with the lift, so you must be careful. These would be some. Okay, I think it stopped responding. No, it is still responding. Okay, the intermediate, they don't have too much power here to interfere. I'll need to, because the, okay, and then of course you can play with the hue. Can try something. Saturation, we could desaturate or saturate, overly saturate. And value is for the, yeah, here also it's not. Sometimes it's good to lift to have a lot of this. Of course I'm getting lots of weird stuff there, that because of the material, right? So it's not easy to get everything combined properly, right, in all sorts of cases. Of course, in an animation context, that can work very nice, right? We won't be paying attention to details, right? Paying details to attention. So we can get good patching of this, but this is not even self-shading, I'd say. This is CGA aesthetics, and that's kind of good for. There's an old computer games that use that, like it reminds me like directly now, Flashback, which was a sci-fi French-American game, or French-Canadian, I don't know, and it has this kind of aesthetics, look really close to. But then, okay, then we have an ambient occlusion, and let's see, not doing too much here. I'm gonna save here because I have a backup, so I don't care. I'm not gonna change stuff here. This is more delicate and incredible. My Blender is not, compositor is not crashing or having glitch on my graphic card, so I wouldn't like to change this, but this can make some subtle changes, yes. So basically what I'm doing here is that let's copy this value. So the multiply, you know, is the multiply, right? It mixes really, but the mix is not a mixer. This is misleading, mix-leading. So this is actually either one, either the other. That means if I'm compositing EV with Workbench, EV will bring whichever is procedural texture and light into and so if I just have this one without if I just have this one, I'm either having EV, full EV, or Workbench, and somewhere in between I'll be losing the awesomeness of the effects, right? The special, let's say the special effects, procedural texture, so I'm destroying the procedural, right? But because I'm remixing this and this, is like this, I'm not losing, in some sense, I'm not losing the structure of those because even though here they will get a little bit erased, by here not, here is full. Here in the contrary, or not exactly the contrary, but here I'm building on top of EV, I'm building workbench. Here on top I'm substituting gradually EV by workbench. Okay, this is a sign of crash of my graphic card, so I have to reopen, close Blender. I can even save meanwhile, but the problem is that RAM memory for this real-time compositing, the problem now is that I'll have to re-render, right? But this render is pretty fast, or slightly fast, right? Matlab in my chat was not correct. Okay, let's go back here, so I don't need to be looking at that. We are back here, and now we got here, yes, so I can augment this screen maybe. So this is better than lighten in many cases, and multiply, then it will just recombine, right? So I'm not mixing here. I'm doing the real mix here is the multiply, which could be also a lighting or screen. Yeah, I was using screen. So the lighting here will be, well, doesn't seem to do doing anything. There's too much light already. So the multiply here I found it's a good combinator for them. And well, there is one thing that we can do also of interest, many things, right? But I can change, let's see, the workbench. We can have a switch here. We can posterize the workbench, but I decided to not do this. Posterize the EV, I think it's funnier. And here we go back to see what's happening if we switch this. Yeah, this is too dark, so this one is still better. And of course we can just maybe augment this, but often that won't be sufficient. These are too powerful, right? So we can make last thing that I was doing, I was trying to get a color I was trying to get a soften, it's okay, I don't know the rest. No, it's something about filter. Here, filter. So this is interesting. We can bring this, like, for example, before EV, and we can, for example, create some. Okay, it's softening, but we can do instead diamond sharp, which can be interesting. And then in the end, it's not too grave to have this, because in the end we'll have Kuwahara in my setup. So it is re-blurring, sort of. No, it's not here. It is here, but without the Kuwahara, that will be really sharp, right? So just a little sharp could be nice. Let's see what it does to the other. Yes, in principle it sounds positive, right? So I like to have this thing here. It wasn't even for a colorful thing like this, it was for another more gray tone approach. Let's see what happens if we bring this to the workbench. This I'm not totally sure this will be good. Yeah, that sounds not too attractive. Of course, it's not doing I'm not doing the processing yet, so let's go back here and let's disable this one. Yeah, it doesn't seem very good, right? So I think it's more impactful to Control X to dissolve this. Let's keep using this one though, and here of course we could try. Let's copy this value. Let's see what. I haven't experimented too much. Box, sharpen. Yeah, something more. I prefer the Laplacian. Sort of seems to create a sawbill that will be like. Yeah, so many of those filters would be more specific, right? So yeah, diamond sharp on EV can be interesting. Just slightly. So I'll keep this one, and we can make another kind of compositing for EV, and actually for both. Let's try here. Yeah, my idea to place it here is, attention, this is going to there, not to the stars thing. Alright, so it is a decolorizer. So basically we're gonna get a sort of a return to some gray scale, and in a sort of an artistic way. I've done it before. I placed it. It was on EV, on Workbench or EV before, but now I'm gonna try to place it in the end. So we're gonna start with, maybe not even need this color balance. We're gonna get its separate color. I don't know where it is here. Separate color. And so here we can see the effect for separated red, separated blue, separated green and blue, and alpha. Okay, no alpha apparently. Yeah, this is interesting. We can assess some alpha in some case. So why this is cool? Because we can get these gray scales and sort of recombine them in like if I don't like the red, okay, maybe I like to combine the green and sometimes this recombination, so combine color, so no, it's not this. I think it's just a mixed color, sorry folks. Actually no, this is color, right? It's a color input. Okay, there's more options, sorry. So apparently so this is also, yeah, the lightness, value lightness, slightly different. So something, I don't remember how I recombine them, this I don't care. So basically alright, you see this can be, but I just want to recombine them into color mix. I hope this don't mix stuff again. I think it will. No, it isn't. So good. So I'm mixing this and this, which maybe are liked, right? And then I can of course change here, so maybe I think this is glitching. Yeah, you see how much it's just gonna save and go back. Need to re-render. There's something about my AMD or maybe Blender compositor, this version, I don't know. Certainly RAM memory or my graphic card. Okay, so here we got, after a while doing these adjustments, it breaks. Could be because of the composite, or maybe because of this method of double compositing. We can also try other color. Yeah, no, never mind. So I'd like to do more effects, like start to pointillize stuff, but from this stage that I'm very, after passing everything, I don't really know how to do a lot of stuff from this state, but there are probably tons of things we can do, and it's interesting to have this separation, right folks? So okay, anyways, the mix is one or the other, which in this case could be useful, but we can if it's getting too dark, we use screen or lighten instead of multiply. So this is basic rules for that I've okay, so I think seems like I have found something that, and we can also have another one which is separate no, it's not this. Yeah, it was, I already showed it was this one, so it's like we need to get this. So this has the value, so maybe we can also try to not too different than this, so never mind. From here, the cool thing now is that if we look on the compositor, we can get this kind of real-time thing, right? And this works even if we are in Workbench, although you already know it's incomplete, right? And we can make some sort of stuff here with the Workbench here that I can make my own specifications here for no, I'm not render, I need to be on the rendered, okay. So apparently I'll have to be messing up my I have to, if I want to do something here, I need to be messing up my oh, of course, what I'm talking about. If I get, well, you get the idea. I can't get the effect from here. It needs to be here. And then I'll need a new scene to be messing up this. This was the one that okay, the first, let's go. Yeah, it's not too different, so anyways. So there are many things here that could be employed, right? So one, two, three, I'm counting the steps, 4, 5, 6, I don't know, I'm lost. This can help also in this particular thing. So you see, this is pure Workbench in this case, but we can render this thing, and here is not the final render. I don't know what will be the final render. Yeah, that's actually not good, right? It was better with just the compositor, right? But then we can play with this. It depends where we put this separator. We can get different, very impressive results. So actually, it's not good to place it in the end. Let's return here and to the. Oh, I saved here. Okay, I don't want to place these things here. I'm gonna, because there's another way to do this better. Hold Alt J, hold Alt J. Okay, we're gonna bring this to the EV, I think. Let's see what we have. Yeah, we need to render. So I'm gonna decompose these colors from. Oh no, hold on. On my previous, the project that I was doing, it used the workbench first. So I'm confusing. I'm gonna use not in the EV but in the workbench. So right after we pick one of the switch, so that will be here. We're gonna separate color here. I'm gonna then I'm gonna mix and connect this here. All right. Yeah, not mix. We're gonna use multiply maybe, or first what we like. We like the green, and we, for some reason, is just sort of arbitrary. Saturation, hue, value, anything else? I don't even know what are these ones. Okay, and pick the lightness, and instead of multiply we're gonna lighten, or we could get from here already. We don't need this, what I'm doing. We can compose these ones. Lighten, screen. Yeah, screen is a little softer, I think, than lighten. And if things are getting too bright, then we can okay, I'll use the green and the red, I think. There's also the possibility here. It's okay to use the mix. I think it's not a big sacrifice. One is not killing any. It's not like an. So this can be a better way here. Then the cool thing now is that this is combining this grayish EV with the workbench. Yeah, the grayish workbench, I mean. But we don't seem to be getting much results from this gray stuff. The colorization seems to be too strong, so I don't know why this is not. Yeah, we managed to decolorize a lot indeed, but this was not sufficient. We get some pastel, more neutral effect, right? But of the colors, but it could be achieved in another way. So this is not what I expected here, and this might be because the EV is on top in this time, and it is too strong. The idea would be to mix much lesser, let's say here and mess up stuff, mix much lesser EV into this. This we are switching just for this one. So not super interesting, but in this particular case of what I'm doing, another thing that I remember is that I've used another color balance to after this, but this will be for something else. Yeah, so here we got and yeah, then the other thing is what if I mask this, then shift D, let's place this here, unmute. Yeah, I would like to get this. I need to pick both, right? And then connect. No, it's not working. Okay, so let's do this, and then let's do this. Now the colors are being the effects for EV are sort of not very attractive. Okay, of course these are mute, but now, okay, now the EV is not contributing with colors, right? Not even from its lights, which is sad, but yeah, which is not super cool actually. With the lights, yes, but with the brightness and darkness, yes, but not with the color, right, itself. So it will just reinforce. We won't have variation of the light. It will be too predictive on top of the, it will be flatter, right? But it doesn't mean that we can have interesting results from this, but it's not yeah, it's not that cool, right? And apparently we can't just we have to remix this into the EV just in order to have just so I don't know why I would do this, right? So because one cool thing about using the lights is the contamination, right, of the brightness of the light that brings special color to that region. But nonetheless, it's interesting what you can do to the final, because the character gets EV shading, but not with with colors from Workbench, basically. So interesting idea, right? And of course, if I apply this here and here, then we get full. It will be like doing this to the end, right, where we just kill the color. So here I'm even taking more of the Workbench colors. Also here. Yeah, so although interesting, okay, I'm gonna crash, not gonna save this version. I'll show what I achieved on the another character that had this. No, not here. This, her. Okay, then we get date. Okay, her. If we got here on the I need to remember the, again, we're gonna make the grease pencil, should be somewhere, not model sheet, grease pencil effects, render effects, yeah. Okay, so we got here, we got yeah, so this thing, and it's real time. We can so this can be nice for some effects, I guess. So save an iteration here, and the compositor here, so Workbench, this was done to So be more like, okay, so this is, okay, we have some artifacts, but here's, this is different because here we start with workbench and we end up with, so the diamond sharp, which is not even active. We have this, then we have separate, then combine, then separate. Okay, I'm not even sure what I'm doing here, but what I was okay, I have these color ramps. Alright, then this color balance, that this I mentioned. Oh yeah, so I have a constant color ramp here, which is nice. So we can do something about, then we recolorize, then we get some gamma, and then multiply this where comes the EV with some effects and alpha over, then we, yeah, this is a switch actually. The alpha over is a bad idea. We need a mix here, but not as a mix, as a lighten maybe. Or multiply maybe. Well, nothing is happening. Yeah, because it is, yeah, because it's not going here. All right. And this is some ambient occlusion, I think. Let's change this pose and yeah, not a good angle, too many. There's a subdivision surface, isn't there? No, not even that. Okay, never mind. Yeah, so it will be a bit hard to get a good angle from, but whatever. What is clear is that we can then play with those things, and very interesting effects emerge from when we get some approach. What is those? No, I think it's a mistake. So anyways, in this case the workbench is first, let's try to just invert here. Not sure that will do. Yeah, it is different, right? But we still got some of the patterns, right? This is actually nice. Unfortunately, this render here is not real time, right? We'll have to so a lot of this happens. I cannot explain. It's because of the cavity, right? Just of the workbench when I've got certain settings. Not even here. No, it's yeah. So this pointillism here, it helps a lot, and I'm just not sure how I obtained it, but this starts with the workbench. It might relate to the materials, but there's nothing really special about these materials, and workbench don't get the nodes. So let's go again and see the render engine here. So I have the, yeah, I'm using the studio, I'm using that same here, which see just specular. We've got texture, we've got shadow, so the settings are not, this makes a difference in this approach, and that's it. So you get this from, so yes, this is, there is a compositing effect in workbench, for workbench, because this disable, and this happens from somewhere from the very early stage. But it's not here. It's not about even this diamond sharpener. It's not the color balance. It's not the color separator. It might start to do something. Combine, separate, color ramp. Yeah, so the color ramp. Oh, okay. So it's this color ramp. That was the secret. Okay. Alright, found. So that's it. Good. Let's get the color ramp after I... Well, we don't need even straight to... As you can see, we can... Yeah, so color ramp the... So this is sort of a mimic posterizer with some good combination, right? These are recolorizer, but yeah, the color ramp definitely is what is causing this craziness. So we're gonna go back to we gotta make an alternative version here, because this will be good for me for the idea of the webcomics, right? There are other things we can do, of course, but the workbench for me is here. We're gonna re-render. And we're gonna bring... Okay, so here we got these separates which were not... Well, they were taking place, right? But we don't actually need that. We're gonna bring the color ramp, right? Place it here, and we're gonna use constants, but we need to create some... Yeah, so there's the pointillism effect. It's a poor effect, but if we get it in the right circumstance, it starts to get interesting. Yes, so you see, we are starting to get some equivalent of that. So I might need many, right, in order to find the proper and this is absolutely too dark, right? But it's not, maybe it's not a problem, because we can try to highlight this with gamma. Yeah, this is exploding everything, so this is there's instead of gamma, shift add color, adjust color, brightness, contrast maybe. Okay, I think my Blender will crash. It's not response, so let's reopen this. Okay, so here we got some more options too. But no, it's not really helping. But see the effect on the assets there. Start to get interesting, right? Even though this is just pointy, sort of this very simple in shader, we can with textures, right? We can and other. At least there are some tutorials that show that we can do a lot more, but sort of mimic some 2D graphism, inking graphism and stuff like that, but some results can be pretty good, but they are sort of tricky. And okay, let's get here and that is still not what I want. So let's see gamma, and there is gamma and there is exposure. Yeah, let's get the exposure one. Yeah, exposure. But then of course it is already exploding what happens elsewhere, so this is not entirely positive, right? But if I place it in the start, yeah, it helps a little. Then this is why we might need many here, because otherwise we can try to simplify this. Is there this color here? Not sure what it. Is this one? Okay. Of course you can do this this madness here can serve certain purpose, but I'm not going in this way. Alright, then here we got this one, and it's not super cool, but I get the idea, right? And then, of course, can go back to the exposure. And yeah, we got broken again. And so this is what happens when we compose this. Not too much, we need to take much less input from the EV, right? Here you could do the inverse, like the EV, get less EV, and same, yeah, also same here, get not so much EV, and then we end up with something that is a bit too dark. No, not dark. Exploded in the some patterns. Okay, I don't know, just think that something here That's interesting, but not satisfied yet. So save, just save this. Just testing what we can achieve. I'm gonna save this as renders. So there is space to make these things too, but now what I want to do is to see what happens in here if we get the render engine. The compositor is in this scene, so instead let's start. Okay, so everything getting too dark because of I don't know what. Yeah, might be this thing. So we're gonna take this off. We're gonna return to the screen and this to multiply and so this real-time scene, if I could only, it's not bad actually, but we don't have the, oh wait, we have the, no we don't have, or do we have? Do we have lights from, no, I think we don't have lights from EV. This is workbench. Compositing brings other stuff, but not the, yeah, it shouldn't bring the lights from, well, could make a test here, light, sunlight. Let's get, yeah, no, never mind. So it's just some shaders and combinations that fail in the end, but here what matters here though is that okay, it's not too dark, and okay, I want this. Okay, this was missing. I'm getting material colors from the EV, I believe. And of course, if I just turn off this all stuff, just switch here, go straight to darkness. So I not being able to prevent this. This is not even about this. Maybe it's the last one. So let's try to ignore the stars and go straight to no. Just that. So it might be this exposure then. No. Mystery, yeah, it could be a bug. It's like she would have invisible materials as well. Anyways folks, that is enough for today. So we got some new things that we could try to implement here, but for the nothing real different, just a few more tweaks, and we organized the... Alright, I know one thing that is sort of urgent. I'll try to fix it now. So there's this big starship which has been the culprit for ages of this asset library complications, because okay, you don't have an assigned things, but it is responsible for some plenty of duplicates. Okay, this is fine, and we need to find out so the problem is that I can't go on and destroying materials here because they are being used already on here and there, and if I take them off blindly, right, I might be losing important so I need to be getting one by one here and see what are their materials and trying to fix like okay, so for example here we got a material that is not on. Okay, we can bring this one, which is, it's not from here, so we can instead just put it on top. Not sure this will be good, but yeah, seems an advantage. But with the UVs you can change something. Okay, here, so here we got already some problems. Some materials here have old names. I don't even have them as okay, so you have sand here, which has been used 20 times. Let's change this to, it's possible that I have saved the material as a texture, but this is not my problem because the texture is not the material. So I'm gonna have to rename this in a new, okay, sand. And yes, we want to mark as asset, even though I'm not sure it is great. So now this one, matte material rock granitoid. Okay, we're gonna, this one only has here, so this is fine. So this probably has shader, yeah, most rock mafic, I don't know where this is, but since it's here, matte rock mafic, assign, no, not assign, but mark as asset. Okay, so we're getting this assigned, then we bring them to material. Then rock metamorphic, same thing, matte rock hyphen rock metamorphic, and mark as asset. Okay, so these ones we bring them already to materials, refresh, we can save this file, it's safe, should be safe. Then this marble is not from here. Okay, these ones we just made. And okay, so this object, it's clean, this is clean, this tree is not clean. We need to take off this material. Let's bring something else. Why not making a mafic? Why can't I? Okay, I need to be here. No, we need, okay, we need a instance here. I'll do this just to see what happens. Not very good result, but we can UV. No, this is the bone. This is still the bone. It's a curve. Okay, this tree is a curve object, right? It's still not converted. That's why I have trouble here. So okay, so there is little to do for this tree because it doesn't have the... just leave this color here for now. What about this? We have plenty of materials here, so we want to bring this carpet, so this will be simple actually. We got this material from, just to make sure, furniture. So yeah, we don't want to keep this as an asset. We take this off, and all the repetitions here will be clean from that, and I can clear asset from here. So carpet till, we have problems that is annoying to check all this, but there's just, so current furniture, and two props in furniture are sharing the, not the same material, but this material is duplicated there, so we can not delete it here. We're gonna clear here, then we're gonna, once we fix the one that is remaining, we relink it to here, so we don't touch it from here. It will be grayed out just as certain linked features. Okay, so then carpet red. Okay, here we might have the same, so two of them, furniture, and this we can clear asset, so it's the same process. Here already I can do this there. Here I can't do because they are probably exactly the same. Ah, I see. Yeah, so maybe I made a mistake here, folks. There is one that is procedural. Yeah, okay, so, but that's not a big deal. I can take my time then to remake. The important is that they are not stacking here. Current, checkers, and checkers. And so here would be important to, I know I have this, yeah, so this is not appearing because, am I on EV? Yeah, it is, they are here. Okay, so here we get checkers, and we're gonna clear this asset, expecting that yeah, it will still be in the file in the worst case scenario, because we'll have to compare. I don't want to be checking this now. Then we have this brick 01. I think this brick 0, yeah, it exists. Let's see, current and furniture, and the name is exactly the same. So okay, let's just clear the asset. So this is a case we have the two, but they are in furniture, so I need to access from there. And this one is current, this one we can clear asset. It will remain there, we just don't needed. And so fortunately there's not too many. So this is metal pipe. Where is this? Not even an asset. So yeah, so besides there's a lot of material to check one by one here. What is this one? Metal aluminum EV. Alright, so this is an asset. It's here. Okay, so there's two versions. I can clear asset from both, and this is like not sure what to do with here. This was baked, no, this other one. So yeah, so this is tedious because the scene is very big and there are many things here and there. And so there's still too much things to work out here, and but if I fix these materials, that will be already. Oops, got out. Ziggurat or something like that. And here's the bridge or the deck, which is still unpopulated. And yeah, lots of things. I need to recombine this. So every room here, or many of them, they need to be separated, maybe becoming a different blend file, so it will help working in the scenes. They're not being super heavy, right? So this would be an advantage, and in many ways the disadvantage, yeah, then we can still link them and keep. The problem is that sometimes we might want to manipulate something about here and there simultaneously, and then we wouldn't be able because one is linked, the other not, depending on the file we are. So it's a matter of, I think, of knowing where to separate the thing, right? So if you can separate, if we find. So I think this room, the bridge, is a good place to separate, maybe until maybe these stairs, right? And then this will be part of something else already, maybe of this, and then this is something else from this. So we can, if we need perfect connections, of course, of topology, I think who is crazy for this, right? Me. I'm trying not to be this anymore, and so we can get some approximation which is good enough, so you might not need to be suffering too much. Alright, and this, that's it, folks. So we are about to fix those remaining things. This should be doing offline, right? Then another thing I need to do is go on that furniture which got these props and keep cleaning some, improving the materials there and making cleanings. And but I need to find the alternative of compositing EV and Workbench in a way that the procedural materials of EV, they combine well with the poor ones nodes of inexisting nodes for the Workbench. Just one node is a texture, image texture, that would work. And so this is EV and not composing here. Yeah, without wonder why. Probably this compositing is broken. It's or I need to render, I don't know, but well, the stars, the glow of the stars is working. This is compositor. No, because the no. It's everything here is. Oh, it's this group. This thing is. I added it just for the sake of making a backup of that. Like, but it is bugged. I need to report that. Control Alt G. So I'm having to make and unmake this over and over again. I hate those group system in Blender, so I tried not to use, and here I have a good use not to use them, which is they break the compositor for some reason. So the compositor don't stop working in real time because of because the stuff is inside a group. Maybe, yeah, I think it's a bug. So we're gonna... Okay, maybe I have invisible materials everywhere, no? Okay, so let's... Okay, the workbench has nothing. Let's calibrate that in some crazy way. Like Shift D, Alt J, hold out, take this out. Hue saturation, Shift D, Alt J, hold out and move out. Let's do something crazy here and see if anything. Okay, something might be broke about the... Already see it's very dark. Oh, it has a compositing on its own, but this all is useless. but no, that shouldn't be the reason. No, it isn't. I've been using screen, so all this becomes unnecessary. No, not like this. Maybe I need to render to visualize something. The camera is completely displaced. Gonna save here. Let's try to render this. Alright, so I'm just not being able to see the but it is here in the compositor. Okay, maybe I need to relearn this this thing. When we enter the compositing, we don't actually see the other render layer. Maybe some of it's changed, or what comes after. I need to make sure what I have to understand, because it certainly doesn't do the final compositing because of the mix, but I would say that it's just this that will, yeah, maybe something here will run despite of nothing there. So it's like this will run something, right? Like what will be like if this is nothing? I don't know. So maybe this is what it does. And because of those little effects, it seems like, might seem that it's doing more, a little more than that, maybe this, but we saw clearly here that this hue was absolutely ignored. So as you can see, nothing from before. And if I could check, oh, we can. Why haven't I did that before? We can access the compositor here, and in real time here we might see okay, clearly nothing happening here, but what about this? Turn this off, nothing seems to happen. This is a change, but it's like it's mixing, yeah, so it's adding dark. No, I don't know. Doesn't make sense to me. Anyways, I want screen. And yeah, so it doesn't seem to add anything from after before, yeah, from the other render engine. So this is alright. So I'm not gonna play too much with this. This is node setup. I have slightly more consistent today, and we still just with EV we can get some interesting results in this scene. My problem with EV has been not so much now about the characters, rendering characters, right? Compositing characters, just no, not is this the I need to leave. So last time looking at, so yeah, so pure EV has been bad for the characters. Nothing too much interesting, like it looks like plastic, and either we get something that is too much like self-shading or plastic. In this case it's yeah, but if you look close enough you see that it's not good. So we need the compositing, and so then we can achieve, I don't know if we'll get anything straight here. Yeah, then you can get something more reliable. That's why I'm making all this effort. EV cycles, in my opinion, they still are very bad for NPR stylized certain or if they are good, they are extremely hard to develop, to work with, and this is not being that good in my opinion. So folks, thanks for watching. See ya along the week. We're gonna still making progress in this, and we're getting closer and closer to deliver some 3D webcomics content and later on even 3D animation. So happy blendering, take care and have a nice week. See ya folks.